Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Council, I recognise the traditional custodians of the land and pay tribute to elders past, present and emerging. As councillors of Ku-ring-gai Council, we should always be aware that the decisions we make affect the daily lives of those we represent. Let us all make these decisions with knowledge, goodwill and respecting the views of others. Before we start this meeting, I would like to outline a few points in regards to the evening's proceedings. As usual, the meeting will be live streamed on the Council website and only councillors and Council staff will be shown on camera. The webcast of the meeting is available on Council's website. The webcast will commence once the Mayor is seated and will cease if Council goes into a confidential session, where the public and press are excluded, pursuant to Section 10A of the Local Government Act. Council meetings remain open to the public as observers, but in line with the Code of Meeting Practice, speakers will now address the Council through the monthly public forums and not at Council meetings. For more information about this, please check our website. All present tonight must refrain from engaging in disorderly conduct, publicly alleging breaches of the Council's Code of Conduct, or making other potential defamatory statements. Councillors and Council staff must declare and manage any conflicts of interest they may have in relation to any items of business that is the subject of this meeting. Apologies, Acting General Manager. All councillors are present, so there's no apologies from them. I'll do mine. I'll do the G. Yep. Director Marshall.
Mr Mayor, the General Manager is an apology.
Further to this apology, I would like to explain the General Manager's absence. He has been caring for his wife Melissa, who was very ill, having been diagnosed with a lung disease last year. I am sorry to say that Melissa passed away on the 2nd of December at the young age of 49. Her funeral was held on Friday the 9th of December. The cause of Melissa's death was pulmonary arterial hypertension, a serious and progressive disease with no known cure. Council will be donating to the Lung Foundation in lieu of flowers at this very sad time for the General Manager John McKee and his family. On behalf of Council, I would like to pass on our deepest condolences. Declarations of interest. Councillors, any declarations on any particular item this evening? Director Marshall, any staff declarations?
Mr Mayor, there are no staff declarations.
Thank you. Documents circulated to councillors.
Mr Mayor, for Merrill Minute 1, the Council's submission to the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal, Annual Report and Determination, there is attachment A1, which was omitted from the report published in the agenda. There is also Merrill Minute 2, which relates to 2022 awards. For GB 15, Queen Elizabeth Reserve Draft Landscape Master Plan for Public Exhibition, there's a memo from the Director Strategy and Environment dated 12 December 2022 with a revised recommendation proposed for the Queen Elizabeth Reserve Draft Landscape Master Plan report. For GB 16, Site Inspection 10 Park Crescent, Pymble, there's meeting notes from the Councillor Site Inspection held on Thursday 29 November. For GB 19, Heritage Assessment of 22 Woodlands Avenue, Pymble, there's a memo from the Manager Urban and Heritage Planning dated 8 December 2022 with a revised recommendation and the accompanying heritage assessment from Council's external heritage consultant. And lastly, for GB 23, Ku-ring-gai Urban Forest Strategy Post-Exhibition Report, there's a memo from the Director Strategy and Environment dated 7 December 2022, which addresses concerns that have been raised in relation to the Urban Forest Strategy Report.
Thank you. Confirmation of reports and attachments to be considered in a closed meeting.
Mr Mayor, there is report C1, review of the Heads of Agreement for Ku-ring-gai High School Joint Use Project with attachments. There's report C2, Legal Services Panel Tender with attachments. There's report C3, General Manager's Performance Review with attachments. There are attachments for GB1, Linfield Village Hub, recommendation to enter into exclusive negotiations with a preferred proponent. There are attachments for GB2, Multicultural Advisory Committee. There are attachments for GB6, which is a tender for Catherine Street drainage upgrade. And lastly, there are attachments for GB14, St Ives Indoor Sports Centre funding deed and licence.
Thank you. I need a motion that those remaining confidential. Move Councillor Kay, second Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Confirmation of minutes. Would somebody like to move the minutes from the previous meeting? Moved Councillor Ward, seconded Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Minutes from the Mayor. We have two this evening. You have MM1, which I'm sure you've all read through the business papers, so I don't think you need to listen to my voice read it out for you again. So I'm happy to move that recommendation that Council submit the proposed draft submission to the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal by the 16th of December. And Councillors, are there any comments that you wish to speak to that? If there are none, I'm happy to move that. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Councillors, you would have received the mayoral minute number 2, which is the 2022 awards, which you may not have had yet the opportunity to read, as it was only sent out after 3 o'clock this afternoon. As 2022 draws to a close, I would like to outline some significant awards the Council received this year for projects and infrastructure benefiting the community. The Council was awarded the New South Wales Government Council Crown Lands Management Excellence Award for our management of St Ives Showground. Ku-ring-gai Council was recognised for the regional playground, which was opened in December 2020, and the Treetops Adventure Park in November 2021. Council also gained over $2 million in state government funding to implement upgrades and improvements between 2020 and 2022. As a result of these improvements, the showground is a busy hub of recreational activities and major events that attract visitors from the local community and beyond. At the prestigious National Trust Heritage Awards in May, Council was the joint winner of the Conservation, Interiors and Objects category for its restoration of the heritage home Tolkien. Ku-ring-gai won several Keep Australia Beautiful awards this year, and in recognition of the Heritage Festival and Gay Marigold Festival events, as well as the Ku-ring-gai Wildflower Gardens Junior Rangers program. At the 2022 New South Wales Local Government Awards, Ku-ring-gai Council received a special acknowledgement in the Innovation in Special Events category for the Bee Lottery. The Bee Lottery occurs each year and is a fair and transparent way of managing the huge demand from residents to foster native beehives. We were also commended for hosting a clothing and linen collection on behalf of Nesrock, which was also at the St Ives Showground, the first of its kind. The event saw nearly 30 tonnes of unwanted clothing and linen collected for recycling. Congratulations to the Ku-ring-gai team, who were crowned winners of the 2022 New South Wales Region Australasian Management Challenge. Teams consist of young staff with leadership potential, drawn from different business units, who are given a series of tasks and problems to solve. Ku-ring-gai were competing against 18 New South Wales councils, and as a result, they represented New South Wales in the national finals, which were held later in the year. Finally, the council's 2020-2021 annual report was awarded gold at the Australasian Reporting Award. This is the 7th year we have received gold, which shows the consistently high standard and transparency of our annual reporting. I commend the council staff on all these achievements and awards, which have been accomplished despite the difficulties posed by the pandemic over the last 2 years. It is a credit to the many people working hard behind the scenes to benefit the Ku-ring-gai community. And I move that this Merrill Minute be received and noted, that staff be congratulated on their achievements, and I invite any councillors who wish to speak to this. You might wonder why this Merrill Minute come up. I don't think we've ever done this previously, where we've actually acknowledged staff, the achievements over many, many years, and put it into one page or so. People see council as roads, raids and rubbish. That's about it. We do a lot more. And to receive these awards is recognition of hard years of work. The showground has evolved over many years. So, councillors, that's why this Merrill Minute's here. We need to showcase to our community what we do for them and how well we do it. So all those in favour of the Merrill Minute? That is unanimous. Councillor petitions, are there any this evening? No petitions. I invite councillors to nominate any items on the agenda that they wish to have a site inspection. Councillor Lennon, you were first off the mark.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move a site inspection on item GB20, concerned with Buckingham Road in Killara.
And is there a seconder for that? Seconded, Councillor Ward. All those in favour for a site inspection? That is unanimous. Councillor Spencer, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to call for a site inspection for C1.
For C1. And a seconder for a site inspection on C1, Councillor Smith. All those in favour of the site inspection? That is unanimous. Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Councillor Kay.
GB9, the St Ives Domain Plan. GB10, the Pymble Public Domain Plan, and I'll also add GB11.
It's called GB9.
The Rose Bill. No, I think Simon got 10.
So, Councillor Kay, you are moving site inspections for all the public domain plans.
Yes, thank you.
And that is,
GB20 was the
so there's site inspections on GB 9, 10 and 11. Second, and Councillor Smith. All those in favour on site inspections on those three items? That is unanimous.
Can we just confirm that GB20, Buckingham Road, I think that was what Simon was referring to.
Yes, yes, that was done. Yep.
Thank you.
Alrighty then, we're now done with the site inspections. I invite councillors to nominate any items on the agenda that they may wish to adopt in accordance with the officer's recommendation, allowing for minor changes without debate. Councillor Spencer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As usual, I will attempt to move as many as possible, and I do encourage the councillors to withdraw if they do wish to on any item that I might go through. So firstly, it will be C1, officer's recommendation.
Would you like to start with the GBs?
I'm sorry, C2.
All right, we're gonna
Oh, GBs, I'm
please.
sorry.
Let's work with the GBs. It's okay.
Not working today.
That's okay.
So GB1, may I move to have this deferred?
And you're deferring it until the next meeting, or
Yes, in February.
to the February 2023 meeting? That's seconded by Councillor Ward for a deferral to February 2023. All those in favour? That is
Withdrawn.
All right, it's withdrawn.
withdrawn by Councillor Alec Taylor.
So GB2, a motion, which is a minor amendment. Staff has their wording.
Councillor Spencer, with this one, we would have to move into confidential.
Oh, right.
So perhaps you might just want
But
to...
we are not discussing the confidential things, though.
We
It's
would have to
just
go
a-
into confidential session if we're going to discuss those particular...
Do we? Well, we're just doing the recommendation. But I'm okay with that.
I would...
So I'll leave that.
Yep, move to GB3.
So GB3, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
And then we have GB4, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
GB5,
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
GB6,
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
GB7,
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Lennon. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
GB8,
Moved by Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Ward.
and we have site inspections
I
for...
haven't quite got that. All those in favour of
I'm so
GB8?
sorry.
That's okay. You're being very efficient. So GB8, that's unanimous.
And of course, we have site inspections for 9, 10, and 11.
Correct.
And we're now to GB12, officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Nye. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
GB13,
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Lennon. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
GB14,
Moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Kay. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
GB15 with the late memo.
Moved by Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
GB16 with late memo.
That's moved by Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
GB17,
Moved by Councillor Spencer, seconded by Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
GB18,
Moved by Councillor Spencer, seconded by Councillor Ward. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
GB19 with the late memo.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Spencer, seconded by Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
And GB20, we have a site inspection.
Correct.
Now, I will attempt this for GB21 because there is GB26. So may I move that GB21 be received and noted, and we can deal with that in GB26.
So that's moved by councillor Spencer that the,
GB21 be received and noted.
yes. And seconded by councillor Smith. All those in favour? That's unanimous, thank you.
GB22,
Moved by councillor Spencer, seconded by councillor Smith. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
GB23 with late memo.
Withdraw, please.
Drawn.
Withdrawn.
GB24.
Moved by councillor Spencer, seconded by... Unless you wish to second it because that's your committee. Seconded by councillor Ward. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
GB25.
Moved councillor Spencer, seconded councillor Lennon. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
Finally, GB26.
Oh, withdrawn, GB 26.
Thank you.
Should I move the confidential?
You can move the confidentials if you so desire, yes.
So we have a site inspection for C1. C2, officer's recommendation with attachments.
Moved by councillor Spencer, seconded by councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
C3 with attachments.
That's been moved by councillor Spencer. Seconded by councillor Smith. This is C3.
Can I, oh,
Can I move to have this deferred, please?
We've actually got it moved the officer's recommendation, so you would have to withdraw it.
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn. And that is pretty much it.
Indeed it is. Unless anybody wishes to move their noms without debate.
Do we go back to GB first?
Otherwise, we'll go back to the GBs.
So it's GB.
So we go back to GB1. Which was withdrawn by councillor Alec Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. I would like to move the officer's recommendation I guess in the absence of a reason for deferring it, I'm not sure why we would defer it.
Before you proceed, we need a seconder for that. Seconded councillor Nye, councillor Taylor. Away you go, Alec.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. So this project has taken a long time and a lot of money to get to this point. And I think what the community wants and expects is for us to get on with it. Waiting another couple of months doesn't really serve any purpose. I don't see why we would need to wait. So I suppose I have a question, and that question is for Councillor Spencer. Why are you keen to defer this project at this time?
Councillor
Sure.
Spencer.
I like to spend more time thinking about it because it is a very important project and we spent many years on this. It's a huge project. It's like $300 million and we're going to pour another $1 million onto it. I think we should get it right. We have only one chance to get it right. Rushing such things through sometimes may not be the best way forward at this stage. Thank you.
Councillor Spencer, I think you were probably just speculating on numbers there, weren't you, in regards to future spend? You did mention a number there that we may well be spending. I believe that was just speculating. You were just picking a number out of the air.
That's right, because 9 years, 9 million. I'm just guessing the 10th year will be another million.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Councillor Spencer, for your reply. I don't feel like we're rushing into this. We've spent all year getting to this point. There doesn't seem to have been any rush as far as I can tell. I think we've had this paper. We had an hour and a half briefing in which we could ask all the questions that we would like. I think it's time to get on with it. Let's approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Nye?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I reserve my right to speak, but I do have one question to the Acting General Manager or to Jeff Douglas, whoever's appropriate. So a number of proponents have put forward their offers. Is there any sort of expectation that things get resolved this month versus February? Does it make a difference? Do things lapse or do they not lapse?
Mr. Douglas, I think you understand the question. Is there any issues?
Hello? That's it. Sorry. So the question was there, what would be the impact if there was a deferral? There is a time limit for the offers, which is 12 months from the date of the offer. We're yet to go into the exclusive negotiation period. That could take 6 months, perhaps. It's a bit hard to know for certain. It might be less. So there was a question about whether or not we run into that time bar. And I'm sure the bidders are keen to get moving too. So I think that'd be how I answer that question.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, so 12 months from when? 12 months from July? 12 months from?
12 months from when we received the bids, which was in July, I think it was.
All right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Smith?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question too for Mr. Douglas, please. Apologies for that. Mr. Douglas, considering that I suppose that for this council to be looking at this and the cost that's involved in the changes economically and also politically, I feel that the final negotiations could be wrapped up in a 6-month period. You would not need the 12-month period. Would that be fair to say?
You can never be sure how long the exclusive negotiations would take, but I would be surprised if they took more than 6 months.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Far away.
Also for Mr. Douglas. I hope he hasn't left the podium. So would that 6 months be from this point forward, from the point forward of it being approved at this stage? So if we're talking July to July, we would need 6 months in order to get those negotiations completed. That means 6 months from when the this stage of the project is approved. Is that right?
Thank you, Councillor. Well, I would say that we would be targeting to try and wrap up the negotiations by the middle of next year. Of course, I can't give you any undertaking for certain that it would take that long, or it might be sooner. It just depends on the way the negotiations run. But I would say, broadly speaking, if we were targeting the middle of 2023, that would be, if you wanted my best guesstimate, that would be the time frame. So if we resolve tonight to enter into exclusive negotiations, we would notify the preferred proponent this week. And of course, we're just about to happen upon Christmas. I don't expect a great deal would happen between now and Christmas and over the Christmas and New Year break. Probably not a lot of people around during January as well. So I'm thinking that the negotiations would kick off in earnest in February.
Councillor Smith, any further questions?
No further questions. I'm just happy to speak against Councillor Taylor's notice of motion.
Yes.
Or the recommendation, as Councillor Taylor put up. Considering that Mr Douglas just advised us that nothing would be transpiring over this period of time, I believe this council, on the reasons that I put forward before, needs time and to review such a large commitment from this council. It isn't it's one of the largest commitments this council has ever made, I believe, especially doing something in a JV, a joint venture. So for those reasons, I think that it would be wise for us to take that time and sit off, have a think about it to see what it is, get as much more information so that we can answer something that is beneficial to the residents of Ku-ring-gai. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Spencer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions, if I may, to Councillor Alec Taylor. Are you under pressure by any particular group to rush this through?
No,
By a developer or a lobby group?
no,
Why are you smiling? Were you financed in any way during your campaign through manpower, money, donations, or otherwise by any developer or lobby groups in relation to
No.
Linfield Village Hub?
could you repeat the question?
Were you financed in any way through donations or cash donations or manpower during your election campaign by any lobby group or developer related to Linfield Village Hub?
No, I didn't receive any financial support from any developer or anyone.
No manpower?
I was full. I got a couple of volunteers through Support Linfield.
Right.
Yes.
And letterbox drops?
Nope. Did that all on my own.
Right. And I think I recall you didn't declare the conflict of interest earlier. It's entirely up to you to declare.
Thank you. Yes. No, I don't have a conflict of interest.
So, all right. So you're sure you're not pressured by anyone to rush this through?
Very sure. Thank you.
Right. This is ratepayers' money. It's not just Support Linfield's money or a particular developer. If I may.
That feels like a statement, not a question.
No. If I may ask you whether you're aware of that. It's not a statement.
I'm very much aware of that. I'm also very aware of what the community would like in this situation. Right. The community would like us to get on with it. And the wonderful thing about this project is that we, without giving away any confidential information, I believe that this project can be funding.
Councillor Taylor, you're actually debating the.
No, I'm answering the question. No, I beg your pardon. I'm answering the question. I was asked if I understood the financial implications, and I absolutely do, definitely do. And I think that they're missing the point of the more important question, which is actually what the community wants.
And you're and the same way, like you understood that you have an obligation to declare a conflict of interest.
Yep. Thank you.
Which you didn't.
I don't have a conflict of interest.
Didn't you just say they supply you with manpower?
In the election campaign, they found a few
That's
volunteers
all right.
to help.
Thank
Yes.
you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Councillor Kay?
Okay, this is firstly a quick question through you, Mr. Mayor, to David Marshall, Director of Corporate. I just want to confirm when the next council meeting is.
7th of Feb.
Yep, okay. So, and now if I could direct a question to Mr.
The forum is on the 7th and the council meeting's on the 14th, so if that gives you a
Yep, okay.
time frame.
Yeah, that's right, Valentine's Day. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Now, you spoke about how not much was really going to happen over the Christmas period. If we delay this to the February meeting on the 14th, is that detrimental to any progress at all on this project?
Yeah, I think it will delay things somewhat, and I think it might be concerned also about the message that it might send to the developers who are interested
When we
in that.
say delay somewhat, could you expand?
Well, I would expect that we'd be able to have initial meetings with them immediately this year, and then going to the Christmas break. It would just depend to the extent that the preferred proponent would have human resources available to work over the Christmas period. But as a general rule, of course, the December-January period is a quiet period in the industry.
Yeah, realistically, I wouldn't think there would be much negotiations done until the February period, and that's across all industries. That's not this one.
Probably towards the end of January. Yes.
Yeah. Are there any Sorry, I feel like I'm peppering you with questions.
That's all right.
Are there any financial implications here of that delay?
It's very difficult for me to know to be able to answer that.
So the couple of months, which is really what it is.
I couldn't say with any certainty what the financial implications would be. I mean, I've mentioned already that there's a 12-month validity period for the bids. If we run into that time bar, that could have implications for the offers, and that could mean they could withdraw them and revise them.
Yeah, but technically, this 1 month delay approximately would well sit obviously within that 12-month period bracket of what we're giving ourselves anyway. As Councillor Smith referred to, we could probably wrap this up in 6 months.
As I said, also, I can't be certain it would take 6 months or less or more, but that's what I think.
But
might
we
be
already have a
reasonable
buffer,
period.
is what I'm trying to say. With
We've
that
got
12 months.
We've got a
as buffer.
12-month period since the bids were received, which would expire in about the middle of 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kay. I'm quite happy to move an amendment that we defer this item to the February meeting. And I seek a seconder. Seconded, Councillor Spencer. I'll reserve my right. Councillor Spencer, do you wish to speak to the amendment? I think, councillors, we have heard enough that we're probably in a better position to actually defer it. There appears to be some conjecture along the way. There doesn't appear to be much adverse issues with delaying it and bringing it back in February. Will give you more time to digest a massive project. We're not just talking about building a park. We are talking a bucket load of money on the biggest project ever built in Ku-ring-gai. So we've got to make sure that we're 100% comfortable and correct with what is being proposed. All right? So I'll move that amendment, all those, which is to defer it until February 2023. All those in favour? That is Councillors Spencer, Kay, Smith, Ward, Lennon, Pettit. Those against? Councillors Wheatley, Nye, Councillor Greg Taylor, Councillor Alec Taylor. The amendment becomes the motion. Does anybody wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Taylor. Oh, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think what we've put forward here this evening is a wise decision. As I'm just backing up the points of what you've just mentioned, this is going to be one of the biggest decisions we've ever made in council. I believe that we all need to take the time and have the time to actually sit down with Jeffrey Douglas, even to sit down and go through it deeper, because I've certainly got some questions. The political landscape is changing, the costs are changing, there's a lot involved in this, and I believe that we've got to all be here tonight looking at what the impacts or what the benefits are to Ku-ring-gai. So, and I think, again, just back on with Mr. Douglas, as he said on his first statement when he got up, that really that everybody's going on annual leave over this period of time. We're not going to have builders and developers working over that period of time. And I'm sure it's in the interest of the developer to work with a time frame that is reasonable, and I think 6 months is more than reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Nye?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak in favour of what is now the motion. Now, I was originally in support of the council officer's recommendation. Personally, I am at a point where I am comfortable to proceed with what was proposed. However, I do acknowledge that this is a democracy. We are a governing body comprised of 10 councillors. December is a very busy period. There's been a lot of things going on, and I do understand that not all councillors have had the full opportunity to fully understand what is the biggest project that we may potentially undertake as a council. So I do want to respect the thoughts and desires and concerns of the majority of the governing body. I would personally prefer to have gone ahead now to start negotiations, keep our reputation intact, but let's defer to Valentine's Day. That's fine.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. Councillor Greg Taylor?
I'd just like to highlight that the council did have a briefing on this within the last 2 weeks. We had the option to ask all of these questions. We had the option to understand all of this stuff as much as we would choose to. So that process has happened. At this stage, I can't see what more we need to learn about this part of the process. This is one of many parts of this massive project, and I think it's important that we utilise the 2 months that, whilst is over the festive season, can put this project underway further. So just speaking in support of this, not in support of the deferral. So that's.
You're speaking against the motion?
Yes. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. If there are no further speakers, I will ask Councillor Alec Taylor, as the original mover of a motion, to sum up.
No thanks, I have nothing further to say.
Thank you. I'll therefore put the motion as per the screen. All those in favour? That is Councillor Spencer, Councillor Kay, Councillor Wheatley. Yes. Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Ward, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Nye, Councillor Pettit against. Councillor Greg Taylor, Councillor Alec Taylor. That is carried. Right, next. Councillors, the next one that we have to deal with is GB2, but I would seek a motion that we leave this one until the end of this evening, as we will have to move in a confidential. All right. That is moved Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour that we move this item to the last one on the list? That is unanimous. Thank you. Rightio. What have we got next? Councillors, we move to item GB23, which is the Urban Forest Strategy, and that was withdrawn by Councillor Greg Taylor.
I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Okay, so the officer recommendation for GB23, that is moved by Councillor Nye, seconded by Councillor Spencer.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Thank you.
Firstly, I'd like to ask a question.
We need the amendment and a seconder before you can speak to it.
Sure.
I'll let people read that first before calling for a seconder.
Do we a seconder and I want to ask some questions first.
Is there a seconder for this? Seconded, seconded Councillor Alec Taylor. Councillor Greg Taylor.
Question for the appropriate director. Is it possible that so does this strategy explicitly require the planting of locally indigenous plants? Maybe to paraphrase that, could the requirements of this strategy be fulfilled without the planting of a single indigenous plant?
Director Watson.
Mr Mayor, I believe this issue was covered at the briefing last Tuesday, and I'm happy with the advice that is encompassed in the report, the addendum and the material covered in the briefing.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Taylor.
So that's to say that this strategy explicitly says that we will be planting locally indigenous plant species whilst whilst implementing our urban forest planting plan.
Director.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Taylor knows that statement is incorrect.
So to clarify, so it doesn't say in this strategy that we need to plant any of our locally indigenous plants, specifically in our urban forest strategy.
Director.
Mr Mayor, that's a different question and that's not the one I answered. The urban forest, the definition of urban forest at the front of the strategy covers everything, whether it be indigenous, locally indigenous, introduced in engineered structures. So two different questions, and I'm happy with the advice that has been provided on this question multiple times.
Thank you.
Look, I'm asking questions so that the residents understand what processes have gone through to lead to this urban forest strategy to be here. I think it's extremely important that that information is portrayed to the residents. So I will try and paraphrase again. Is it possible for us to undertake everything that this strategy is asking and not having planted any locally indigenous plants? Does this strategy guarantee that we will be protecting our locally indigenous ecological communities and our unique Ku-ring-gai character and character? Will we be protecting this? Does this strategy guarantee that we'll be protecting our unique character?
Director.
Mr Mayor, that's a contradictory statement. Council cannot do anything to endanger endangered ecological communities, and the character of Ku-ring-gai is in significant measure in the urban areas made up by culturally altered landscapes and introduced species. And if you look through any of the conservation areas, they're characterised by cottage gardens, European style plantings, introduced street trees. There's nothing local or locally indigenous about lots of those plantings, and they are an inherent part of the character of Ku-ring-gai.
Thank you, Director.
So what plants are in the car park at the back of this council building? And do they represent the unique character that Ku-ring-gai has to offer here?
Director.
They go towards forming part of the urban forest. Yes, Mr Mayor.
Well, so the residents know all the trees out the back are part of a blue gum high forest plant community, and the dominating species there is Sydney blue gum. So the comment made before that about our character being weed species, I just don't feel that's true. If we look on the logo here, we have a number of tall trees. I would say that these have been modelled off our Sydney blue gums. They're all very tall, and that is our unique character there. And I can't understand, and residents can't understand how this strategy protects those. I can't see anywhere. I can't see that this document requires us to plant any blue gum trees. It says native trees, but we can be planting we can be planting trees from different parts of Australia that aren't unique to this area. And with a strategy called the Urban Forest Strategy, and it being so important to protect our critically endangered plant communities, I can't see how we can't have that dealt with in this strategy. And so my question has always been, how is this strategy going to help enhance and preserve the trees in our logo?
Is that a question to the Director?
I suppose.
Director?
Mr Mayor, I've answered the question. The definition of urban forest includes everything in the urban forest, not just the native trees.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I think this is getting nowhere, so I'm just going to continue in support of my notice of motion here. I can just explain that shortly to people. I might give them a moment to read. Or I can just explain it. Is there a preference?
I think probably best to proceed.
I read it. Okay, so it's quite clear to, I hope, everybody that I'm concerned that we're not protecting enhancing our locally Indigenous plant communities, and in turn not protecting Ku-ring-gai's unique character, as we can all see on Ku-ring-gai's logo there, which has blue gum eucalypts predominating the image there. And so this amendment aims to enhance this strategy so it does include the protection and enhancement of our unique character. That Council adopt the Ku-ring-gai Urban Forest Strategy and Information Plan with the changes sent out to everybody by the Director of Strategy and Environment on the 7th of December. And furthermore, that the following change to the key targets. So there was 2 targets identified in the strategy, present in the strategy on page 6 and 35. It said in those key targets that a minimum of 55% of native canopy tree planting on public land will happen annually, subject to further investigation. But this doesn't explicitly mean that we have to plant any locally Indigenous plants. We could plant all plants, we could plant no plants that come from our critically endangered plant communities. And so I would like it to change to a minimum of 60% locally Indigenous plant species be planted in public land annually. So this is to say that it's not restricting the locally Indigenous benchmark to trees. It's all of the plants, the vines, the grasses, the ground covers, the shrubs, and the trees, and that 60% of Council's annual replenishment of our canopy cover be 60% of locally Indigenous plants. B is from the recommendation, exactly from the recommendation that was presented to us. So so my time's going, so I'm not asking any more questions, but yes, I'll just speak in support of this. I think it's I think I've been abundantly clear already, the importance of these critically endangered plant communities that we have in Ku-ring-gai. They don't happen anywhere else outside of this ridgeline in Sydney, so that's in the world. This doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. I've felt, and the residents have felt, that this strategy doesn't address our locally Indigenous critically endangered plant communities, and by supporting this amendment, this means that within 50 years we will still have healthy critically endangered plant communities here. Without this, I fear that we won't have, we'll have to change our logo, we'll have to remove the gum trees from that, and we won't have our critically endangered plant communities left. I extremely urge you to support this. This is so important to this place. We constantly talk about the unique character that we have here, and that is made up by our natural environment. And this strategy doesn't seem to protect that at all. I also think it's more a sense of belonging. This ecosystems don't happen anywhere else in the world. And we want our residents and our children to feel a connection to this place. We want them to feel like they grew up here. They know the trees here. They know what it feels like to live on the ridge top in the north of Sydney on our clay soils. They know what it's like to live where it rains the most out of any part of the Greater Sydney area. And this amendment hopes to secure and protect and enhance all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. As seconder, Councillor Alec Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that I think we should do all we can to preserve, protect and enhance our locally Indigenous forests, which are critically endangered. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak briefly in favour of this amendment. My understanding of it is that it focuses on one key difference: whether a tree species is locally Indigenous, occurs commonly here in Ku-ring-gai, versus whether a tree species is just found anywhere in Australia. It's a native tree. The theory, from what I understand, is that if we just plant any native trees, 55%, I mean, that sounds great, but these could be trees from South Australia, could be trees from Perth or Penrith or Tasmania. We'd plant them here in Ku-ring-gai, and over time, slowly, the character of Ku-ring-gai changes. So I am generally supportive of the concept of focusing on locally Indigenous trees. However, I do understand also that there are members of staff, there are councillors, etc., who also think that they would like to just focus on native and what to plant where, website, things like that. I do think that if we end up with this amendment, that's great, fantastic. However, if we end up with the officer's recommendation instead, well, that's still a significant improvement for Ku-ring-gai as well. And perhaps we could in the future have some grants that specifically target locally Indigenous plants in one particular part of Ku-ring-gai as a trial. But yeah, both ways I think we win. I think the amendment is stronger, but the officer's recommendation is also okay.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions, please, for the director, who is an expert in urban forest strategy. So firstly, is the Ku-ring-gai logo part of the goal and objective of our urban forest strategy?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd have to correct Councillor Spencer. I'm not a subject expert. I have subject experts working for me. I have to make that correction simply because that has become a matter of contention in the last couple of weeks anyway. Urban forest specifically excludes national parks and nature reserves. It largely covers the built parts of Ku-ring-gai, and the trees in the logo are an integral part of that, and they are protected by federal and state legislation. The primary difference between the 55% native canopy target and the subsequent 60% target proposed by Councillor Taylor is that the 60%, and according to his explanation, includes all plant species, including grasses. The 60% target would prohibit, on my reading, a turf oval being returfed with non-Indigenous grasses. So I think, on my strict reading of that amendment, it's absolutely unworkable because of the way it was explained and because of the way it's worded. It includes grasses.
Point of order.
How does planting a sporting field?
That's not a point of order, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I don't think...
Councillor Taylor, that's not...
see the relevance...
Councillor Taylor, please resume your seat. Thank you.
With native grasses. That's got
Councillor
nothing to do with the
Taylor,
urban forest.
please resume your seat.
How's a sporting field a forest?
Councillor Taylor, that's a one morning, please.
Sorry, Councillor Spencer. I think I'm finished.
Do you know what material that is made of? Like what species of tree?
I understand it's a blue gum.
Blue gum?
Yeah.
Wow.
I understand it's a conceptual sketch.
Right. Thank you. Second question, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
To the director again. So from my understanding that if we follow that recommendation, there's already amendment, was it? Or was that the motion? That's the
That
motion.
is the motion.
The motion. Then we can't remove trees or plants that's already there. So can I ask you, would Pakalolos be considered native or indigenous trees or weeds? Can we remove them?
Director, I'm
Councillor Spencer,
I'm sorry, I heard some councillors are asking what Pakalolo is. You can look it up, Pakallos. Can we look it up? Can I look it up, Pakalolos?
I'll allow Councillor Wheatley to use her phone and enlighten herself. Director, if you are able to answer that one.
through you, Mr. Mayor, the urban forest strategy covers all trees in the urban forest that form,
Including Pakalolos.
includes everything.
So we can't cut it down.
Doesn't say that, but it's included in the definition.
Right. Do we need a permit to cut it down?
That's beyond my department's remit.
Right. And what about the police cutting it down? Can we send rangers to stop them?
That's a question for another director.
That's a different
as well.
director, unfortunately. If you wish
No,
to.
no, I'm serious. I mean, it's indigenous, Hawaiian trees, it's native and so on. I'd like to know if this will affect Pakalolo trees. Thank you.
I can answer that if
Uh,
I'm able.
Sorry, are you an expert in marijuana?
uh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Councillor Spencer, I would ask you to withdraw that statement, please.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I withdraw.
you.
I thought he wanted to answer.
That's okay. Director Watson, have you got any further to add?
No, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Mr. Mayor, through to you to Director Watson. Just in regards to Councillor Greg Taylor's statement and position that we're going to lose our endangered trees if we don't amend what the staff recommendation is. Can you sort of answer that? Is there any reality or truth in that?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe the statement to be fundamentally correct. It's my recollection I wasn't part of a matter that I was involved in, but there was a presentation given to councillors about unauthorised tree removal, and we started off with numbers in the 700s and ended up with something in the order of 40 trees that had perhaps been removed illegally. We all know that when 1050 was first introduced, state government legislation, we lost multiple times of that, irrespective of what council policy or council strategy says, in a matter of weeks.
So it's fair to say what we have lost prior has been more of an effect of the state government than what has been from the council.
That would certainly be my observation since the time I've worked with council, yes, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I'll be speaking against this motion. Councillor Taylor, it was a very passionate position you've taken on this. I respect the fact that that is something you very much care for. So do I. I think in this case here, I think that your passion may have overtaken some of the reality of the facts of this, and for that matter is the reason why I'm not in a position to support that motion, but I appreciate you putting it forward. Thank you.
So councillors, please remember this is an amendment. The original motion was moved by Councillor Nye Spencer, and the amendment was moved by Councillor Greg Taylor and Alec Taylor. Councillor Greg Taylor.
I have several questions that hopefully might clarify the reality of what I'm proposing here. I presume this will be to the Director of Strategy and Environment, but I'm sure anybody could answer. So is it true that trees have a life expectancy and at some stage die?
Director?
Yes.
And so in this area, we have a lot of blue gums, for instance. And is it true that these blue gums at some stage in the future will die?
Yes.
And if we don't plant any more blue gums in part of our urban forest replenishment program, how are we going to get blue gums and our unique character to remain in this area?
Director?
Strategy doesn't say you wouldn't replace blue gums with blue gums, Mr. Mayor, under the scenario that's just been painted.
So it does say in the strategy then that we will be planting locally indigenous plant species.
Director?
Mr. Mayor, I've said it before, I've said it numerous times, the principal document for protecting biodiversity in this council area is not the urban forest strategy, it's the biodiversity strategy.
Thank you.
Is it not true that this strategy addresses with the replenishment of our urban forest, which makes up the bigger part of all the trees that we have in this area?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's also clear in the action plan in this report that the replenishment program is not currently funded.
Thank you.
And that's what B says, that redresses that. I'm not sure why that's relevant. I think I'm continuing to go around in circles. I hope that I've clarified that this is not lacking any reality. If we don't plant locally indigenous plants, in 50 years we're not going to have any left. We're going to lose our blue gum high forest. Thank you for answering these questions.
Thank you. Councillor Lennon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Watson. Putting aside for a moment the changed percentages, may I just ask if, putting aside the reference to plant species, if we simply replaced native with locally indigenous, would that have a practical impact either in terms of cost or anything else if we had the 55% of locally indigenous canopy tree and the rest as per the officer's recommendation?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if Councillor Lennon is talking about changing 55 to 60 in the council officer's words...
no, I'm sorry, I wasn't. I wasn't talking about the 55 to 60. I was simply looking at the word native. If we replaced native with locally indigenous...
So locally
everything else
indigenous
was
canopy
unchanged.
tree?
Sorry?
So you're looking at... So it would read minimum 55% locally indigenous canopy tree. Is that what you were aiming at?
Well, I'm simply posing it as a question. If that was the change, would that have any cost or any other practical impediment? Would that have any detriment to the strategy?
Thank you. Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's fundamentally more workable than the alternative that's been put of 60% locally indigenous plant species.
Thank you.
May I just ask Councillor Greg Taylor whether he would agree to that as an amended form?
Yes, but it has its problems. If we...
We're now debating it.
Well, I'm explaining why this could be a good idea. So yes, that would be fine. That would improve our character potentially in 50 years. Though our locally indigenous canopy trees, they require to be a part of healthy ecosystems to get the longevity out of them. So the health of a locally indigenous canopy tree will be enhanced by locally indigenous ground covers, shrubs and vines being planted underneath it. So we couldn't guarantee the health of a locally indigenous canopy tree if it had lots of exotic species planted underneath it, but certainly that would be better than not having any focus on locally indigenous plant species. Thank you for the question.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Kay, I think you were next on the list.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Marshall, so just a change of pace here, if we could address B. Now we're talking about an additional allocation of 200,000 per annum. Do we have the scope in the operational plan for 2023-24 for this ongoing additional funding? Thank you, Director Marshall.
Director Marshall?
Or it might even be, sorry, Director Benasif.
Mr. Mayor, it's like any budget discussion, it's always a matter of balancing priorities. And councillors are aware that we have lots of financial challenges, so it would be difficult to allocate an additional 200,000 for this purpose. But it's a matter of councillors deciding that this is more important than something else. So the recommendation is that it be considered as part of the operational plan preparation. So that would be subject to future discussions with councillors.
If I could just ask Councillor Greg Taylor, is that 200,000 just an indicative figure, or where did you get that 200,000 from?
It is the recommendation. That is just solely the recommendation.
Thank you.
Councillor Alec Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for the Director of Strategy and the Environment, who said that the target of 60% locally Indigenous species would be a problem given grasses. Would that not be the case for the original target of 55% native species as well?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, because Council's original 55% target specifically referred to native tree canopy, and the second target, 60%, includes all trees and all plants. And when describing it or debating it or describing the amended motion, the alternate motion, Councillor Greg Taylor specifically said this would include grasses. So
I'm wondering if we could.
I'm
wondering if Councillor Greg Taylor would accept a minor amendment, a minor wording change to exclude sporting fields from that motion.
Before I'd agree to that, it would require another question. As far as I understand, sporting fields aren't included in our urban forest. So I have no idea why would it even be considering that.
Director, can you clarify whether sporting fields, and I'm assuming the surround of a sporting field, not just the playing oval, is what you're referring to? Say Samuel King, for example.
Mr. Mayor, the specific target that is being amended here specifically says native tree canopy planting on public land annually, 55%, and that is being amended by way of a different target and the removal of tree canopy. So by description and by words, it includes grasses. So I would say it intentionally drags grass on playing fields in.
So maybe I can clarify. That's certainly not the case, and I feel the amendment doesn't say that at all. It says so. We've got A2. The following changes to the key targets found on page 6 and 35 of the urban forest strategy. So we're dealing explicitly with the urban forest here, what we're talking about, what this strategy is a part of, and I don't see how a sporting field comes under the urban forest. I mean, yes, the trees around the sporting field. If we were going to start planting canopy trees in the middle of sporting fields, then yes, perhaps
I think there is a question, Ed, and that succinctly might be: does a sporting field form part of it?
Then, okay, can the director? I have a question. Can the director of strategy show me where it says in the strategy that our urban forest includes our sporting fields?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, page 7, we define urban forest as all the trees, other vegetation, as well as the soil, seed bank and water that support trees. It includes the network of vegetation within public and private ownership, encompassing the spectrum of vegetation growing within natural soils, altered soils and engineered structures.
And a sporting field is a public land?
Would it cover a pot on someone's balcony?
Okay. So
so that means that a canopy tree is supported by a sporting field.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in many cases, the way trees grow around some of our sporting fields, that would be self-evident.
Well, then I would say that around our sporting fields is considered urban forest and not sporting field.
Councillor Taylor, you're actually debating again. You need to ask questions.
That's because this is completely irrelevant. What has a sporting field got to do with that? Okay,
Again.
I'll ask it again. What does a sporting field have to do with our urban forest?
You don't have the call, Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, through you to Director Watson, if Councillor Taylor was to incorporate the proposed changes that Councillor Lennon put out there, can you just advise what the challenges may be in that if we were to take that on?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, as I said, I think the words Councillor Lennon has proposed are far less problematic. There are simply some situations where Council, as I said in the briefing and a number of times in the past, would want to plant deciduous trees in an urban square, for example, so that solar access is provided in summer. Some of the larger locally indigenous native trees would not always be appropriate in confined spaces surrounded by hard paving, things like that. We've always said it's about the right tree in the right location.
And just in relation to our heritage conservation areas, would it be a challenge in those type of areas where we've got heritage listed properties, and if we were to adopt Councillor Taylor and Councillor Lennon's?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, not necessarily for the heritage listed properties other than those council owns, because both targets are still referring to public land, but there are some non-local native trees that are used as street trees in many of our conservation areas, which you wouldn't start replacing with native trees necessarily.
So
some of the brush boxes and things like that are not locally indigenous.
So something like, I suppose, one of our grand streets, Burns Road, how would that affect if we were to adopt what's been put forward? How would that impact somewhat stuff like Burns Road? Like on the public, I'm talking about the public nature strips.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's a multifaceted question, simply because where we have tried to do managed tree replacement in the past, no matter what the species of tree, it has been particularly controversial simply because of tree removal itself. A project like that would still have to go through a Part 5 environmental assessment under the Environmental Planning Assessment Act, and a target in a council strategy has no statutory weight whatsoever. So council can adopt a target in this strategy, and depending on the circumstances of a particular project, it may not be appropriate to carry that target across to a statutory approval from a non-statutory motherhood type document.
Okay, so from what I'm observing, from what you're saying that one of the biggest issues is that the type of tree, some of the native trees don't lend themselves to what we require in that area, whether or not we need sole lace or the type of tree, and that they're the reasons why we're looking for a larger choice of trees rather than being locked in. Is that fair?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think that's a fair summary. And the Burns Road example is, many of our better streets are complicated, frankly, by the fact that they've quite often got power lines running down one side, if not both sides. And there's lots of trees that aren't very well suited to inappropriate lopping, but some of the taller natives would be even more heavily degraded by that type of lopping. So, as I've said, it's always about the right tree for the right location rather than a blanket target in all cases.
Thank you.
Councillor Ward?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Looking at this through you to Director Watson. Director Watson, wouldn't it be nice for us to be able to include this in our strategy and look at places where we can plant these trees where it is appropriate, because we do not want to lose our look and feel of this area. How onerous would it be for us to have that target? Because target actually does make us look at something and attend to it a little bit more. How onerous would it be?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think I answered that partially in the last question. The 55% is only a minimum in some cases, and we've always made it clear to Councillor Taylor through this whole process, we would already have far greater than 55%. It's a matter of what is appropriate in the particular project or the particular objective you're trying to achieve. And in some cases, you know, it might be below 55. Overall, on average, it might be greater than 55. This is just a minimum starting point.
Thank you. Councillor Ward, any further questions? Councillor Lennon, I might just ask you a quick question. You did come up with a potential amendment of change of wording. I was just...
Well, I invited Councillor Greg Taylor if he wanted to make that change. I have no intention of moving it as an amendment, unless there's some mood from the floor that I do so. If Director Watson would like me to do so, I'd be pleased to do so, but I feel like this is Councillor Greg Taylor's motion.
That's okay. I just thought there might have been an opportunity there for you to move an amendment. That's okay.
Just to clarify, I would be happy with that change. The change that Councillor Lennon has suggested.
Councillor Lennon, you might have to refresh everybody's memory about the change that you were looking at, because it was some time ago.
Yes, well, I would leave the words as they are in terms of the minimum 55%, and the only change I would make would be replacing native with locally Indigenous, leaving the percentage to 55. I think that actually becomes the next line. So that line of text remains as it is, but down below where we say be changed to, that next paragraph copies the preceding one. So we say minimum 55% locally Indigenous, and then copy the rest of the text as above. So do I move that as an amendment to the amendment?
Let's just get council staff to put that up.
I think so, yes.
Just tell them.
No, it's them.
All right.
Councillor Lennon, is that the wording you were envisaging?
Yes, it is.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll ask Councillor Greg Taylor if he would like to incorporate that change into his amendment. Councillor Alec Taylor, are you also happy with that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, is that crystal clear now, what we're discussing?
Do I get final remarks?
Not yet. Councillors, I think we have had a certain robust debate and questions on this particular item. What Councillor Lennon has proposed seems to be middle ground. It's not necessarily what Councillor Greg Taylor wishes. However, I think we're a long way down the road to coming up with a potential motion. Director Watson, do you see any drawbacks or issues with that change of wording?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I've already told Councillor Lamb that we could work with it, so I can't change my mind now.
That's okay. It was a while ago. I just thought I'd refresh everybody's memory. Councillor Smith?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just like to ask Councillor Greg Taylor just a question in relation to point B. We've got a figure of $200,000 which has been nominated there. Is it possible to understand how you've come to that figure and where and how, what part of that money will be spent?
Councillor Smith, I think you might just defer that to Director Watson.
Yeah, that's best to do.
Yeah. Through you, Mr Mayor, that's part of the implementation plan. That's a council staff costed figure. It's part of our recommendation. Councillor Taylor has simply picked up recommendation being carried it across. So it's as was discussed earlier, it is a matter for budget deliberation at the moment. As I said, it's
so
unfunded.
it will be paid in. Sorry, it will be spent in the same manner.
Only if council through the budget deliberations allocates it. And at the moment, this
Correct.
finalisation of this strategy does not commit council to the funding. There's a number of unfunded actions in the implementation plan.
Thank you.
So, councillors, is that fairly clear that this is currently unfunded and would have to be dealt with at a budget further down the track? Okay, so we're not spending the money, we have to deal with that, how we find the money later on. Councillors, any further debate on this particular amendment? Councillor Kay, you okay there? 'Cause you looked as though you were about to stand up. That's okay. Councillors, I'm happy to put this amendment. All those in favour? That is unanimous. The amendment becomes the motion. Anybody wish to add further to this? Councillor Taylor?
Councillor Smith rightly suggested that I get quite passionate and excited about this subject. I forgot to highlight how amazing this strategy is. Beyond what I felt was its lack in locally Indigenous focus, but it just highlight to the residents that we've allocated areas throughout the LGA where we can plant canopy trees. I mean, that's just one of the many things that this strategy does. It is fantastic, and especially with this amendment having some focus on our locally Indigenous canopy trees. So regarding point B, we've all heard the complaints about we're losing trees at a rapid rate. A lot of them are locally Indigenous, and so point B is vital in the process of a healthy canopy and strategy and implementation plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. As mover of the original motion, Councillor Nye, do you wish to sum up?
I think this is a positive step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. I will now put the motion. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Councillors, we move to GB 26, and this is withdrawn by Councillor Kay.
Okay, can we just, scroll it up? Oh, no. Oh. If I could just make, there's just, with point B, there's just a duplication of wording there. If we could just change that.
If you'd like to point that out and have council staff fix that.
It's all good?
Yep.
And a seconder for this?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'll move the recommendation.
I thought you were going to move it. Seconded Councillor Smith. Councillor Kay?
Okay. I think it's really important. I think we're going to have more of a discussion about blue gums, Sydney blue gums this evening. And I think it's important because this has come to council a couple of times now, that the community's aware of what has actually occurred. So basically in October, I believe I had requested a site inspection for the 130 Caledon Street. Initially, I was concerned about an additional 42 units and the rezoning going from SP2, which is educational, to R4 high density residential. My main concern was the traffic, knowing that particular area. I also then had a concern about the number of trees that were going to be removed with this planning proposal. At the site inspection, we had 4 councillors attend, which was both the Councillor Taylors, so Greg Taylor, Alec Taylor, myself, and Councillor Lennon. On that particular site inspection, which also had staff, obviously, had met us on site, Councillor Greg Taylor, and I'm happy to be corrected by either of the Taylors if I'm slightly out of detail, but Councillor Greg Taylor was concerned that what had been identified as flooded gums were actually blue gums. Now, the reason that this came about, if you have a look at the GB 26 documents, and you have a look at the arbitrist report, the latest one, you'll actually see that there are some pictures of the buds or cones, whatever you want to call them, in relation to the comparison of the blue gum and the flooded gum. So at the time, Councillor Taylor said to me he was concerned that he thought that, that they were blue gums. The staff were convinced that they were flooded gums. Moving on from that site inspection, I believe Councillor Taylor had a arborist come and have a look at some of those particular trees and also had identified them as Sydney flooded gums. Now, as I continue here, I will maybe just ask a couple of questions. Now, when it comes to an arborist report, I believe, if I could ask through you, Mr Mayor, to Director Benasif, did you have a staff member from your department who was an arborist go on site to inspect these particular trees?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I believe members from the Environment Strategy team requested a site inspection by my officers, correct?
And did they conclude that these were Sydney blue gums?
On site inspection, they did.
Yeah. And this would have been prior to the last council meeting?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm sorry, I've got to take that on notice, I don't recall.
Okay, thank you. I believe that it was prior to the last council meeting. Now, my concern here is that 27 trees that potentially are critically endangered, as they would become part of the blue gum high forest, have been misidentified. So this may be a question to Director Watson, through you, Mr Mayor. Have we had such incidents occur in council previously when trees have been misidentified at the planning proposal stage?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor. My staff do not deal with very many planning proposals a year. You could count them on one hand a year, and not all of them involve ecological issues. It's not my understanding we've had misidentification this early on in a planning proposal process. No.
All right, so just adding on to that, do the staff have the expertise to identify trees on site for planning purposes? Do they have the qualifications?
Yes.
Okay. If you could also, Director Watson, take me through the process of what the staff actually do in this planning proposal. So what component did they go, when did they go on site? If they did, what part of this systematically were they involved in?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's fundamentally not the job of the staff to pick apart officers, reports put to council by qualified people. These sorts of reports are done at the proponent's expense by the proponent's consultants at a federal level, at a state level and a local level. We would assume that the material put to us by a qualified person, the assumption is always that it's correct. Prior to the planning proposal being lodged, there would have been a pre-planning proposal meeting, and it was made very clear to the proponent at that stage that they should go forward and properly identify any endangered ecological communities on the site if they existed.
So the council staff would rely on the accuracy, as councillors also, the information that's provided by the arborist as well as the ecological reports. So they are the experts that we rely on their expertise before we make decisions.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that statement I made applies to far more specialist consultants than just arborists and ecologists. It would apply to traffic consultants, urban designers, architects and planners. We don't assume they're wrong, we assume they're right. Now, the planning proposal process involves gateway determination, involves exhibition, involves subsequent review. There's always things that get flushed out through that process. And even further down the track, there would be a development application process with another ecologist or another arborist, again looking over it. So there are multiple places at which errors and anomalies of this type could be picked up. And indeed, in this case, they were picked up. It would have been nice if they had been sorted out earlier, but you know, the process isn't foolproof and they were picked up.
Okay, now I'll just deflect a question, if I could, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Miosik. Can you advise of the process that would continue from here on in? So if a DA would be lodged, what checking mechanisms and obligations will we now have in place, now that we have a red flag, to make sure this area is identified as Blue Gum High Forest community are protected? And what legislation protects this Blue Gum High Forest, if potentially that's what it is, which has not actually been identified at this point in time?
Well, starting through Mr. Mayor, starting at the second part of the question, the legislation that protects it is at the federal and state level, in addition to council's local controls, which are incorporated into our LEP. The processes wouldn't be that dissimilar to what process is undergone during the planning proposal stage from its start to its finish. The distinction in this particular matter is that we have been made aware of the fact that there may be an issue in relation to potential misidentification of species and community associated with that. So we would basically be fairly sensitive to that issue at the DA stage, mindful of that issue, and we would ensure that the information that we got, we would certainly interrogate to the point where we would have to be satisfied that, you know, whatever ultimately is on the site, we would be clear as to what the species of the tree and what community is there. And if that meant that we had to go through a process, potentially a peer review, in terms of consultants' information, then we may necessarily avail ourselves of that option.
Okay, so just back to you, Director Watson. So from here on in with this particular recommendation, one question, have we heard or has the developer been in contact with any staff over the last couple of months? And also, where does this leave this planning proposal as such? Because it actually says that the proponent will be requested to amend the biodiversity impact assessments, etc. I'm sure people can read the recommendation. What options does this now leave for the developer? If you could clarify that for the community. Thank you.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Kay, I think you've already alluded to part of the answer yourself in your earlier speech. All we've done here is identify that there has been misidentification of the trees. Blue gums of themselves are not rare nor endangered. What is important to establish here is whether there is blue gum high forest community on site, and that hasn't yet been established. So that would come out of the biological impact assessment report being redone by the applicant. Now, you asked about what options he had. They're already past the 90-day threshold point for requesting a gateway review. That came up middle of September. I would have thought, given that this has already been red flagged, I can't speak for him, but I would have thought it was in his best interest to make sure his documents are in the best shape they can possibly be before he lodges a gateway review, because he lodges a gateway review based on the documents before us. If the documents before us are incorrect, he would be lodging a gateway review based on incorrect documentation, and that's certainly not in his best interest. In terms of whether there has been any contact, I'm not aware of any. I mean, this is, as you say, been on the public agenda for a number of meetings now for deferral for site inspection, last meeting and now this one. I've got to admit, I'm surprised that there hasn't been an attempt by the proponent to contact or rectify documentation to this point, but it's not for me to justify his position or his actions.
Okay, so I would assume that we've had 2 arborist reports, so the latest one from Waratah. We've also had the internal one from Director Benasif's area, and an external, which I won't include, which came from Councillor Taylor, because I don't think it had the formality behind it. So I would make the assumption that these are definitely blue gum on the ratio of mathematics, that a number of 3 arborists have identified these.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, by my count there have in fact been 6 separate visits to this site. There would have been a visit when Council first did its biodiversity and riparian land study as a basis for the LEP back in 2014, 2015. There are the 2 reports from the proponent. Prior to my staff seeking assistance from Director Benasif's staff, one of my staff went out on site. There was Councillor Alec Taylor's independent consultant, and then there was Director Benasif's staff. So unfortunately we're running at 3 opinions each, if you're going to do mathematics.
Yeah, well, mathematics also concerns me that each tree is assessed individually and 27 trees have been misidentified. But putting that aside, now, just one final question. Okay, so when we talk about blue gum high forest, and there are obviously other communities and other species, and I'm not saying you're an expert, but are you aware of, in this particular planning proposal, if there are any other species that would tick the box, i.e. blackbutt, etc., that would be part of that community?
Director?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Mr Mayor, I'm not going to answer that question directly, and I am not a subject expert, but we have treated the planning proposal as if the trees on site represent a different endangered ecological community, i.e. Sydney turpentine ironbark forest. And we, in fact, from a mapping perspective, started from the perspective of preserving all of the canopy trees, not some of them. So a lot of people are getting a little bit hung up on tree removal. A planning proposal by and of itself does not actually facilitate tree removal. That would be subject to development assessment later. The benefits of the planning proposal of the type that was put before council is that the tree canopy is mapped and looks to be protected in various levels of council documentation, statutory documentation, where it's not currently protected at all.
I gather that mapping would change as the relevant information comes to light for us.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't want to answer that question until we get a revised biodiversity impact assessment. It may in fact change and it may not.
With the planning proposal, if it is deemed that it is blue gum high forest, I'd imagine that could actually quite impact. So for example, at the moment it's 24 units. That could technically have a great impact on the planning proposal and the reduction of units being able to be placed on that site. Would that be correct or a correct assumption?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, until the extent of tree species is fully known on the site, I don't particularly want to answer that question, but I'm not wedded to how many units the developer gets.
Yeah,
That's his
looking
problem, not council's problem.
Yeah, when I looked at the planning proposal, there are a number of trees that would have need to have been removed to make way for a driveway. So I'm assuming that this would then have to go back to the architect for them to redesign and the planning proposal come back with the relevant amendments.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I mean, people shouldn't place too much weight on that scheme in the planning proposal. It's simply a reference scheme. It doesn't guarantee that the proponent will get anything through the development assessment process if and when a DA is lodged. That's entirely a matter for Director Miosic and his team to assess and determine.
Which I know Director Miosic would be very scrutinising and is very much a box ticker. If it doesn't tick the box, I know what happens. Thank you.
Councillor Smith?
Mr Mayor, first of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Kay for taking us around in a number of circles, which has actually put council staff in a position I really don't believe that they should be put in with that line of questioning. But I suppose what I should do to give confidence to the community, what the process is. And again, I'm sorry to take you back through to you, Director Watson, on this, but if I could just get you to go through what the process is when we're actually doing a rezoning, and then a DA, and then when normally this matter would be picked up as far as it goes with the trees. And I suppose the other thing which you've already answered for me this evening is that it's not like that we were treating these trees as a weed. These trees we misidentified, well, possibly misidentified, which is important to get this correct, is that we were looking at treating them as turpentines. So just, I suppose, to give the community confidence in our ability as a council and what the process is, that yes, mistakes sometimes get made, we do go to fix them up, but where this would have been picked up, start from the process, where it went wrong, and where it would have been picked up. And I know you already said it there before, it would have got picked up in the next DA stage, which would have been more involved in a process. But just in regards to that, would be appreciated if I could get that. Thank you.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, quite a complex question. When we did vegetation mapping across the LGA, and that would have been 2007, 2008. Am I getting a nod? I'm getting a nod. These trees were not identified as being remnant trees. They're not remnant trees, other than perhaps one in the rear yard. The rest were planted, and there's a number of aerial photographs that demonstrate that. They were planted sometime in the late 1960s, generally in a row or rows. So they're not remnant trees, and that's perhaps why misidentification as being planted species, which is not entirely untrue, occurred in 2007. There would have been, as I've said, there has been 6 separate site inspections in recent months, and that was after the applicant was made aware of the specific need to deal with endangered ecological communities through the pre-planning proposal process. Now, like I said, there has been treatment of these trees as being part of one endangered ecological community rather than another, and there's a significant amount of literature that in fact demonstrates that, particularly in Australia, where the flooded gum and the turpentine, the blue gum intermingle, there has been hybridisation of those trees. So there has, in fact, I've seen a number of nuts collected from the site, and they're both different. There's two different types of seeds on that site. So, like I said, pre-identification as part of the strategic planning process back in 2007. The matter was flagged with the applicant or the proponent to be addressed as part of the pre-planning proposal process. There's been 6 subsequent inspections by varying people, paid by varying sources or not, which are still certainly not. There's different opinions there. The 3 most recent ones are starting to align. The whole idea of, we're still a long way off a gateway because the council hasn't made a resolution, the applicant hasn't made the other amendments we were seeking in the documentation, and the gateway hasn't been granted. But the whole idea of going to exhibition is to test the veracity of planning proposal documents. It's not a council-initiated planning proposal, it's a proponent-led planning proposal, and that's the idea of exhibition. So there would have been, assuming it hadn't been picked up at this particular point in time, there would have been a call for submissions. This issue may or may not have arisen then and would have been addressed as part of submissions. And then, as Director Myosic has alluded to, there would be, in the event of a DA, further arborist reports by the proponent and further interrogation by a different council ecologist.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Councillors, there'll be no further lights on. Quite happy to.
Sorry,
Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, just one final thing. I did just want to sort of point out that during this whole process, the staff here have been incredibly helpful. I've had probably no less than half a dozen conversations with Director Watson, and the same with Director Banasif. So I appreciate that what we're going through in the process, and I think the basis that what I'm supporting this motion that's been put forward is that the community have confidence with what we're doing as a council and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith, and I would definitely reiterate that there was a lot of discussions behind the scenes from various councils through to various council staff on this matter. We haven't treated it lightly. We've certainly done our questioning, inquisition of what was done, the whole process. So, Councillor Kay, as mover of this motion, would you?
Oh, I've just got one more question, if I may.
Yes.
I can sum up at this. I'll ask a quick question, then I can sum up. And this one is just an extension from Director Watson's answer, and this is to Director Myosic. We talk about that this may have been picked up at DA stage, which obviously now there is a red flag, so there will be that extra mechanism. If this had not been picked up and these documents, as I assume they come from the so-called experts, so we assume them to be true and correct, would we really have picked up this at the DA level? Is it likely that it could have escaped through the system, not by any fault of your own, other than systematically we expect documentation to be true and correct?
Director?
Bit of a hypothetical question. I think you know, there's a lot of scrutiny that's applied at the DA stage, and we do have staff within the development assessment section of council that are qualified in their own right, and I would be reticent to say that this would escape our gaze. I think it would, at some point in that DA process, be flushed out. Hopefully sooner rather than later. But generally speaking, yes, I think it would.
Thank you. Oops, I think with the sum up, I think I've basically covered everything and I've asked enough questions today. So I do want to thank Director Watson for my peppering of questions at you today. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kay. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? That is unanimous. We move to C3. Then we've got to go to confidential. We don't know whether we need to go to confidential. Yep. We'll move to C3, which was withdrawn by Councillor Greg Taylor.
Given the recent
now, if you're going to move a motion, and does that require council staff to leave? Now, if it's a very simple motion which doesn't require discussion of the General Manager's performance review in itself, otherwise we would have to move into confidential. Is there Councillors, if you're looking to ask questions in regards to the item, we would have to have council staff leave. So if it's just a straight...
I wasn't going to...
If we're not deferring, then yes, I certainly have questions to ask. Yes, I would like to defer.
I'm happy to second that.
Councillor Spencer.
If I may suggest, because there's one item in confidential, we can put this with that as well. GB 2.
I'm happy to move an amendment that we move the officer's recommendation. Seconded by Councillor Spencer. Councillor Taylor.
Then if we're going with the recommendation, then we'll need to go to
You have questions to ask?
Yes, but I feel like they're all private in nature, confidential in nature.
I move we go to confidential.
Yes, let's move. Before we move into confidential, I will request a 10-minute recess. I think we need to refresh after 2 hours. Moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That is unanimous. 10-minute recess. Thank you, councillors, for that intermission. I seek a motion that we go into confidential to deal with C3. Moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Councillors, I seek a motion that we go back into open session. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Councillors, we move to GB2. Now, in order to deal with this, we'll need to do that in confidential, so I seek a motion for that. Moves Councillor Spencer, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Councillors, we're back in open session. In regards to C3, the motion was the officer's recommendation and that motion was passed. In regards to GB2, the motion was that Council appoint 10 applicants from the confidential list attachment 3 to the Multicultural Advisory Committee as decided in closed session as initiated by the Mayor. Those in favour, and that was passed. Now we go to the noms. Councillors, we move to the NMs, NM1, which was moved by Councillors Smith and Wheatley.
Mr Mayor, I would like to move NM1 with just a slight amendment.
And council staff have that?
They do, thank you. If I could just ask you to bring that up. So the only addition to what was originally printed is point C, additional information from the Honourable Alastair Henskins MP regarding his advocacy for a reduction in B-doubles on the Pacific Highway since receiving Council's letter on May 2021.
And that's moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Wheatley. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll like to talk to this. So, firstly, I'm bringing this back to Council again. I've found that I'm getting more and more emails and calls in relation to the increase of B-doubles, large interstate trucks is what the main factor is. I think the problem has been the current arrangement set up with the North Connects toll and the restriction placed on Pennant Hills Road is funneling the B-doubles through the heart of Ku-ring-gai because it's a free passage, the only free passage set for them at the moment. So myself, I've experienced this daily. I drive down the highway daily myself. I see it. I see the B-doubles. I see the cars jockeying into positions, moving left, right and centre to try and avoid being near these B-doubles, especially when you get near to the Pymble Bridge. I think it's important that I just lay out some facts that I hope that we can get our local representative to listen to us with, is we have 14 sets of traffic lights between M1 and Ryde Road turn-off, so we can listen to exhaust brakes continually day and night. 4 schools are heavily impacted on the Pacific Highway between Wahroonga M1 and Pymble Road, Ryde Road, with children walking each side directly with carcinogenic fumes and potentially being hit by a truck. This is a very dangerous, narrow, twisting and curving lanes that turn into 2 lanes on the Pymble Bridge, creating a very dangerous situation. All the roads around the Pacific Highway are being affected by delays and congestion due to the B-double trucks that are coming through. Ku-ring-gai residents are worse off since the North Connects has been opened with large B-double trucks, given the Pacific Highway is the only free passage since trucks have been banned from Pennant Hills Road. Why should the residents of Ku-ring-gai be subjected to the dangers of these large trucks on the Pacific Highway, whereas the residents have been given protection by the Honourable Matt Keane, their effective local member? The proof of this, I think, has been given to us in many different forms. I think it's important that we listen to our residents of Ku-ring-gai who have been communicating the dangers, the noise and the pollution impacting our community. Currently, there is sitting 409 signatures on a change.org heading stop. The heading, it states, stop heavy vehicles travelling through Wahroonga to Pymble on the Pacific Highway. Sydney Morning Herald and Australian Financial Review in September 2021 reported trucking giant Toll opts against using toll roads, North Connects that cost outweighs benefit. That states it to its drivers, this is a memo to all the drivers, this is a reminder to ensure that you are not using toll roads unless you have authorisation to do so. Thanking all toll drivers for their cooperation. Further backed up by this was Councillor Nye's time where he decided to do a bit of a night shift and have a look for himself with the trucks, where he saw a big giant toll truck travelling through. I think for these reasons alone, it's good enough for us as councillors here to send a very strong message to Honourable Alastair Henskins to represent his community as Matt Keane represented his when he was managed to protect his community on Pennant Hills Road. So for the above reasons, I would like your support on this notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Wheatley, do you wish to speak at this time and reserve your right?
I basically reiterate everything that Councillor Smith has said, because I've been receiving numerous emails and phone calls in regards to the B-dubs that have been going along Pacific Highway, so I think it's important that we address this immediately. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got two questions for Councillor Smith. The first, they're both in regarding to the phrasing of this motion. Point C, that additional information from the Alastair Henskins MP regarding his advocacy for reduction, blah, blah, blah. Would you be okay to incorporate a change where at the start we say council request additional information so that it's a sentence? Okay, cool. So that's incorporated. Is for point B, can we do the same so that council requests the state government to install signage? Okay, so that council requests the state government to install signage. Okay, now that all that's incorporated and their sentences, I'll speak in support of this motion. Like, I know we had a big debate about this about April last year. During that time, I went there around midnight to just check out the truck situation. I checked out two intersections. One was near 7-Eleven in Turramurra, and that was kind of hairy, even late at night. The other intersection I checked out was Pacific Highway, turning right onto Lane Cove or Ryde Road. And I can tell you that the vast majority of the very big trucks chose to turn right. They weren't going straight down Pacific Highway towards Roseville. They were turning right. And to me, that's sort of indicative, potentially, of the problems that Councillor Smith is alluding to, that people are using Pacific Highway as a bit of a sort of a toll avoidance thing, which I totally get, because I would do that myself. Today, driving back from Canberra, I avoided tolls as well, and it added 20 minutes to my time. I saved a lot of money. So I totally get that. However, at the end of the day, we are talking about the safety of residents here in Ku-ring-gai. A few days ago, I was driving home from the Central Coast, and I was very close to one of these large trucks, and I was near Pimble, near that bridge, very narrow, two narrow lanes going over a bridge, and I was scared. I deliberately slowed down and avoided, but that was during a non-peak time. Sometimes our residents don't have that luxury. Sometimes our residents are jammed up to that massive truck and there's no way avoiding it. And I mean, I was tired today driving 4 hours back from Canberra, but these truck drivers, they may be tired as well. And I just hate to see what would happen if one day they got a bit tired and something happened on Pacific Highway. I know my vocalization of this might not be popular with some circles, but at the end of the day, we're just looking for equal treatment. If it's happening on Pennant Hills Road, let's have it happen on Pacific Highway as well. If there is a tollway that we're encouraging trucks to use where possible, then yes, let's advocate for that as a council on behalf of our residents. I would say, however, that, look, there are times when trucks legitimately need to go down Pacific Highway. So I think there are times, and so we need to consider that as part of our advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't think there is a more fundamental obligation upon government than saving people's lives, state, federal or local. For my understanding, this is about as far as we can go as a local council. If there was anything more we could do on this issue, then I would certainly advocate it. The power is really with the state government. Its obligation to safeguard human life is far more important than any other consideration. I would thus suggest that perhaps instead of simply requesting, we call upon in items B and C. This is not simply a request, this is the fundamental duty of the state government to safeguard human lives. And in a sense, what Councillor Nye says is right in terms of equal treatment. But my understanding of Pennant Hills Road, just from physical observation, not to mention use thereof, and the Pacific Highways, that they are different roads, that really the nature of the Pacific Highway, as Councillor Smith has alluded, with its winding, yes, lanes and so forth, makes it fundamentally unsuited to be doubles in a way that Pennant Hills Road is not so unsuited. So I think, quite apart from local interest, just looking at this objectively from the viewpoint of the state government as to what safeguards the lives of this state and the people of Pennant Hills as much as the people of Ku-ring-gai, mean that we should be calling upon the state government and calling upon that additional information in items B and C. So with your permission, can we amend request to call upon and beef it up a little bit?
Councillor Smith, are you happy with that word change? If you feel that's a bit stronger than request?
Yeah, I'm quite comfortable to incorporate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Wheatley's fine with that. Excellent. Councillor Kay.
I've just got a question to Councillor Smith, just in relation to C, just for the clarity of the previous, like the newer councillors that were not here, you've asked for additional information. When we sent him a letter back on the 14th of May 2021, can you just, for the sake of the audience and obviously the newer councillors, enlighten us on if you got it? I do recall there was a response. May not have been the response, but was it left open-ended? Can you just...
Yes, we did receive, there was one letter that I did, there has been two letters sent to, from the council to Alastair Henskins. I do remember reading one of them where the Honourable Alastair Henskins starts putting it back to the numbers, what they're capturing on the highway. But the problem that we've got with those numbers is that the classification of it's basically any small truck, it's counting as a truck, and it does not take into account what the B doubles are. And what we're talking about is the interstate trucks. So it was a little bit what I could see hiding with numbers. The fact of the matter is, we are getting more B doubles going down. There's more noise complaints, and there's more, the community is getting angered by it. So I think what Alastair Henskins is referring to is a little bit, what's the word? Hiding in the numbers might be a way of putting it.
So do you think maybe we could request, because we just say, regarding his advocacy, can we maybe put something like detailed, additional information? You know, like, because it doesn't really have an expectation of what are we expecting from the Honourable Alastair Henskins, because it might just be another letter that might be of similar.
No, I think what I really am, what we are putting forward here this evening is what has he done, his advocacy, and what has he physically done after that letter. That's what the request is on point C. So I'm not actually after any more detail. He'll point us to some a measurement system, and I'm quite happy to put it through to Director Banassif in the way that it captures the we've got some rubber, what is it, some magnetic rubber bloody, excuse the language, magnetic strips in the road there to capture a wheelbase, but it's not actually capturing a large truck to a small truck to anything else. So it's not really measuring the type of trucks that are coming through. And that's where we've been pointed to in the past. So I think what I'm really looking for here is what has our local member done for us with the concerns we have raised as a council. I believe that's pretty clear in point C.
Director, you might want to expand on the truck counting, how it works.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Smith asked me to look into the details regarding the heavy vehicle movements on the Pacific Highway, which the Honourable Alistair Henskins had referred us to, and it is quite easy to access. It is on the Transport for New South Wales website, very easy to access for the public. And if I can just bring you, I've taken a screenshot, so excuse me for using my phone, but if I can just describe how it's presented. So there's 4 points of data: northbound light vehicles, southbound light vehicles, northbound heavy vehicles, southbound heavy vehicles. But there's no breakdown of the heavy vehicles. It's just relates. There's no description of what a heavy vehicle is in terms of load limits.
Thank you. Back through you to, sorry, Mr. Mayor, back through you to Director Banasif. I believe the point, well, I know the points what I'm raising here is that the heavy vehicle is because it's not distinguished between them. We've got a lot more B doubles than, say, a standard truck. And when I say B doubles, I'm talking about state trucks, what people are taking photos of, that is sending, stuff that we've never seen before. So I think that's the biggest issue with the data there. If I'm correct, that the type of information we're capturing cannot distinguish the two.
Director?
Through Mr. Mayor, the details from the website, it is quite difficult, almost impossible to distinguish what's a B double, what's a rigid truck, what's an 8 tonne and what's a 4.5 tonne.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say to Councillor Smith that I live close by here and I hear those trucks, and I have lodged many complaints about those, and it seems to be going nowhere. On item C, my only issue there is that we did receive something back from the Honourable Alistair Henskins. I think perhaps we need to be a little bit more clearer as to what it is we want from him now. I think our issue is that he's given us something, but it's really not what we want. So maybe we just amend that a little bit and be a bit more specific so he knows and we're on to it.
I might jump in while you guys are working on any potential wording changes. Certainly this has been a long-running issue and it's only just getting worse. For those returning councillors, they had to deal with it last term. We've seen this term more trucks of the large size down the highway. It not only just affects, basically it affects all our wards, doesn't it? When you think about it, they will go all the way through. We have seen that Pennant Hills Road is now much more user-friendly with North Connects. However, obviously if you're an owner-operator, you're going to try and reduce your costs. When you consider how much the toll is, North Connects into town, it is horrendous. We actually haven't mentioned anything about lobbying the state government about toll relief for the truck drivers. I mean, the major reason they want to, so would you say, take a shortcut, even though it's longer, is to avoid the massive tolls. Even for car users, the tolls on North Connects is a lot of money. I think trucks are about $25 just on North Connects, let alone if they go M2, M7, it's just like a cash register for the state government. Remembering that these truck drivers, and particularly owner operators, are on very thin margins. These trucks cost a lot of money to maintain. So they're going to look at any opportunity to save a few dollars. From our perspective, we need to keep it on the radar for our residents. They want us to keep it on the radar. They know it's an issue. We know it with our schools there that are very popular. A lot of school kids come out at specific times. Do we want these massive trucks driving up and down the highway? No. Can we encourage them to go elsewhere? Absolutely. So that's the reason why I think all councillors should support this. It is the benefit to the entire Ku-ring-gai community. Councillor Smith, did you want to change anything further, or I will just, before I go to Councillor Spencer, unless you wish more time, and I'll then defer to Councillor Spencer. Councillor Spencer.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank my colleagues actually, Councillors Smith and Whitley, for putting this up. I am particularly interested in point C because I was here in 2021 when we were debating points A and B. And we have given our local member the benefit of doubt. And point C is very important for us. And hopefully it might clear up some of the doubts or ambiguity that Councillor Ward has raised as to what we really want. Advocacy is the main word, advocacy. We are not after more statistics. We are not after more numbers. What we have received from our local member was a lot of numbers. Numbers, and assumptions based on statistics. But we like to see our local member do what, for instance, the Honourable Matt Keane has done for his constituents, for his LGA, which is to ban trucks on Pennant Hill Road. So because of that, they have funneled through the Pacific Highway. B doubles have come through the Pacific Highway long before, and now because of the ban, more of them are coming through. I've seen them early in the morning, late at night, and they're really huge. We all know that. You drive down the Pimble Bridge or driving up on the Pimble Hotel side, it's the same thing. You just can't pass through them. I'm really interested to see what our local member has done since this matter was raised on the 14th of May 2021. I am not really keen to see more numbers or statistics. I would like to see what he has done for us, like he has spoken to who, and he has met with what roadblocks, things like that, and why he can't get it for us. Why can't he get it for us? How did Matt Keane get it for his constituents? Has he learned anything from Matt Keane, and whether he can apply anything here for our residents, to enjoy the same benefits? And again, I thank Councillors Smith and Wheatley for putting this up. I don't have to say this again. Even in 2021, I mentioned that I live by the highway. I can hear the noise. In actual fact, I said this in 2021. I'd like to say it again. I would also like to see some of the signs that they have on Wright Road where it says avoid using engine brake along residential areas. That's not B doubles. That's like tipper trucks or anything. You go through Gordon, for instance, you'll see those trucks coming down that slope. Then they'll use engine brake. They'll start engine brake from Tarmar all the way down to Gordon. And you can hear that thing rattling, 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 rattling. You know, the signs doesn't cost that much. And they have it in North Ryde. Why can't we have it here? So I'm not sure if we can or cannot. I'm not suggesting that Councillor Smith incorporate those words, but I really like to see those signs at least installed on Pacific Highway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. And just following on from that, I think we're all in fairly furious agreement on this particular issue, and that's good to see that we've actually had some discussion there about signs, other various issues, and that we're not going to let it go. And it's not a quick fix, and I'm sure Alistair Henskins would be listening, and I'm sure he will want to do the best for his constituents as well too. And anywhere that we can assist in that matter, I'm sure Council will jump to it to get a better result for our residents. Councillor Smith, do you wish to sum up, or...?
Yeah, I'll quickly sum up. I know it's getting late. I'd just like to thank all the councillors participating in this evening. It certainly has helped. I think it sends a very strong message to our local member. Hopefully it will mean something coming up to the state election. I think if we can get anything moving forward that's going to make this road safer or restrict these type of trucks coming through the Pacific Highway there, it's only going to benefit the community for now and in the future. So I hope to get everybody's support this evening. Thank you. Or we hope to get everybody's support this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? That is unanimous. We now move to NM2, which is the localism one by Councillor Lennon.
And the graveyard shift too. This motion has two aspects to it. The first thing I'd like to point out is what it doesn't involve. First of all, it does not involve any increase in cost. We're not looking to have council spend any more money. The other thing it's not looking to do is in any way diminish the importance of quality.
Councillor, you need a seconder?
Oh,
before
I'm
jumping.
myself.
I know you were very keen.
At this time of night, I'm particularly keen.
Seconded by Councillor Ward. Okay. Fire away.
I certainly don't want to repeat myself.
Rewind.
Now I've got to remember where I was. This motion is about those two matters. The first of all is the importance of the residents. The resident individuals and the resident businesses, the ones who pay our bills, the ones who are our bosses. They're the people to whom we serve. And I think what this motion is trying to do is just reflect the paramountcy of residents and resident businesses really in everything that we do. And the second aspect, of course, is business. We have a council officer who is engaged with community and businesses, doing an absolutely fantastic job. He's done presentations. I've had the privilege of attending this year. I know he's got more planned for next year, engaging local businesses, looking to involve them in council's procurement opportunities, and of course networking with each other. I see this as a support for the work that we're doing. This is telling the council telling the businesses of this municipality that not only do we provide you information, not only do we bring you together, but we reflect how important you are, and we have confidence in you enough to say that, again, without preempting what the words of a policy might be, that perhaps all else being equal, we're going to support you. We believe that you're worth supporting because of the price considerations, because of the quality considerations. And I think there's also great benefit in terms of reliability and so forth in dealing locally. There's benefits to us as a commercial enterprise. It's been put to me that we're doing this informally, and I'd be very pleased that we are. I see no objection to formalising what we're doing informally, to being open about what we're doing, that we support our businesses. I received information from local government procurement today that 40% of the councils, the local government areas, in the northern and western regions of the state have policies like this one. 40%, sorry, of the metropolitan parts of Sydney and 70% of the councils overall. This is a fairly common practice. And it's one that I suggest that we're hearing more of. The Mayor and I were at a seminar a month or two ago in which a senator was exhorting localism, 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 I think was the words that she used. It's an important concept. It's fundamental to what local government is. Frankly, if we're not local, what's the point of being local government? We have no basis to exist. We are here to serve and to assist local people and local businesses, and this motion reflects that, both practicality and philosophically. So I implore you to pass this motion, and quickly so we can go home. Thank you.
Councillor Waters, seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In addition to what Councillor Lennon said, it's getting late, just said, I think, can I also commend the staff and the great work that they are doing with the local community. This will send even a better and further message to the community that the council is willing and open to do business with the local community, business community. So I think this is a great way to try and promote council's work within the community.
Councillor Kay.
I have a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lennon. You mentioned other metropolitan councils that participate in this program. Are there any councils that that are similar to us, i.e. neighbouring councils that you are aware of that are part of this, that we could comparatively, like i.e. Hornsby or Willoughby, for example, that you're aware of?
I don't know. I put the question to local government procurement as to what proportion approximately of local government areas had these policies. This actually came out of a local government conference a few of us attended some time ago where local government procurement had a stall and they were talking about this particular concept and exhorting it. So I don't know the answer to the question. I can certainly go back and ask local government procurement. I've had some interaction with them of late. I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I'd just be curious to see if there are other councils that are in affluent areas going through the same program. Thank you.
Councillor Kay, you finished?
Oh.
That's okay. Councillor Taylor.
Just a quick question here. Is 3 months enough time to produce a document like this?
Director Marshall.
Mr. Mayor, yes, that should be adequate.
Director Marshall, under the tendering guidelines for a buy local policy, do they actually recommend giving preferences, i.e. reduced quality or discounts for local businesses in that particular guideline?
Mr. Mayor, the tendering guidelines, I don't think they don't recommend either way. It just advises that if you are going to give preference to locals, that it must be covered in a policy so that it's transparent and everybody knows what the rules are.
Director Marshall, so what would be the benefit then to local businesses?
Well, Mr. Mayor, in order to give preference to a local business that has any meaning, you would need to either accept a higher price from a local business or a lower quality. So I guess the policy issue that Council is faced with is, are we willing to accept higher prices or lower quality in order to spend with local suppliers? Otherwise, I don't understand how it is that we would be giving them a preference.
So in theory, we're basically giving no preference or benefit to a local by saying we're not going to give you any discount nor accept any lower quality.
That's I can't understand how we would be giving preference without one of those two, yes.
Okay. So we'd actually need to be looking to give some sort of incentive.
I believe so. The other policies, in fact, the ones that the council has sent around today, all involve giving 5% price advantage to locals. I also note those councils were country councils. The idea of local preference usually is given in country councils where they have often difficult economic environments, and the council's contribution to the economy is important, and they prefer Port Macquarie doesn't want their concrete trucked in from Sydney, for example. It's a whole lot different in Ku-ring-gai, where we have the least amount of business in the whole of Sydney. So it's a completely different set of circumstances that you would normally encounter for a local purchasing preference policy.
Thank you, Director. And I did notice in one of the councils that was sent around information from Councillor Lennon, I think it was Singleton, potentially, don't please quote me, they gave various discounts depending on what council area you're in. So it was 5% for your local government area, and then I think it was 2.5% for the Upper Hunter LGA. So in our instance, we wouldn't be doing that, I think is what Councillor Lennon was referring to, not offering any quantity or quality reduction nor any price differential or price bonus. Director Marshall, when we say buy local, so that will be the LGA boundaries, is that your understanding, or are you yet to decide what local means? Whether that be a business who has a PO box here or has their operations here. Are we going to be able to define what local is for this LGA?
Mr Mayor, the notice of motion states that it's for businesses whose principal place of business is within Ku-ring-gai. So I think that's a defined term for companies, but it's not without a bit of messiness, because there would be a lot of businesses who operate here whose principal place of business may not be in Ku-ring-gai. So there would be quite a few anomalies we'd need to somehow work through about what is a local business and what isn't. How long would a business need to have been in Ku-ring-gai before it qualifies? You could get gaming of the system. If there was a big tender coming up for a cleaning contract, if you moved into the area, potentially you could get a 5% price advantage if you moved your office here. So there's a whole lot of probity issues around local purchasing preferences as well.
And following on from that, I did notice from all the good information that Councillor Lennon did provide, that certain council areas decide on how long that local business actually resides in the area. Some of them had 3 months, some of them had 12 months. So those sort of things would have to be worked through potentially. Would that sort of situation come back to council laws to decide what criteria, i.e. local, and for how long a business is deemed to be local? Councillors have to vote on that? Or would that be part of the policy that would be returned to council to decide on?
Mr Mayor, that would be part of the policy, yes. But if council is going to proceed with this policy, it would be good if we could have some guidance. If preference is not based on price or quality, I'm not sure how we will prepare a policy. If we could have some guidance about how that would be, it would assist.
Councillor Lennon, is there any way you could answer that, seeing it's your motion?
Well, it may be as simple as price and quality being equal. Even all else being equal, we give preference to the local business. And the other points that you make are all solvable. As I understand, as I said earlier, 40% of metropolitan areas have such a policy. These questions are all soluble, and how we define business, and as the Mayor says, however many months they're resident, these can be sorted out. We can if you like, form any number and adopt it or debate it. Other council areas have done. These are all soluble problems. But to get back to your initial question, it perhaps is simply when all else is equal, we give preference to the Ku-ring-gai business.
Thank you, Councillor Lennon. When tenders come in, and I think that we directed to various directors, have we ever had this situation when everything has been equal for a tender? And I'll leave that open to the various directors to possibly answer that one. That they're aware of both here and through other councils that they have worked at. Director Banasif, I think you might be able to jump in on that with your vast experience.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as you would all know, operations tender quite a fair bit of work. Never in the time I've been at Ku-ring-gai, nor the time prior to Ku-ring-gai, have we had tenders that are equal.
Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Marshall. You spoke about you either have to compromise price or quality. Is that through your experience?
Director?
It's just through my reading of the motion. In order to give preference to someone, what is the basis of it? And the policies that were passed around today were based on price. The ones I've always seen, in order to give preference, there has to be a basis for that preference. Otherwise, it isn't a preference policy. So the ones that I've seen been based on price. So a local, if a local's price is $100, it's counted as 95, versus a non-local isn't discounted at all. So that's what it's based on.
Sure, but could there also be that there doesn't need to be a compromise? There could be like for like?
Well, it could be, and that's the question that the Mayor just asked of the Director Banasif.
A couple of years ago, I seem to recall there was a campaign by local in this area. Was the council involved in that?
I don't recall.
Thank you.
Councillor Nye.
Thank you. A question to the Acting General Manager. So obviously, I know some residents would object to favouritism based on price or quality, but are there other ways that we as a council could support local businesses, like equipping them to be more effective in tendering processes, or giving them extra awareness that there are tenders available? Like, are there other ways that we can support local businesses without impacting price or quality?
Director Marshall.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, yes. Our staff are looking at a program to raise awareness with local business about how to do business with council and opportunities to supply to us. And it's not always easy for small local business to tick all the boxes that are required to do business with government. So yeah, we can help out in assisting the businesses, and we can also work internally as well about the staff who purchase, making them more aware of opportunities to use local suppliers without a preference, but the more locals that actually are part of the process, the more likely they will be to be the winning supplier.
All right, okay, thanks for that.
And you're right, Councillor, and I, we do quite a lot with local businesses, but there is certainly more that we can do to encourage them to actually get involved. If you want to call it hold their hand, you know, through a tender process. There are a lot of smaller businesses. You know, we're not talking, you know, hundreds of employees for a business here in Ku-ring-gai. We're talking small business. And they're the ones that we really want to target and actually get involved in the process, whether it be a tender or just providing the various services. Even the simple things, and I think Councillor Taylor's mentioned, arborists. again, some of those are fairly small concern, and they might think, oh, it's all just too hard to. What do I do? How do I get involved? How do I jump on board as far as being a well-known arborist within Ku-ring-gai? So they're the ones that we want to sort of target and encourage. All right. Councillors, any further? Oh, Councillor Spencer.
Thank you. Look, I may very well be the odd one out, but I have to speak against this motion. Very supportive of local business and so on. However, from a procurement point of view, if we provide incentives or concessions, right, then we are not basing our procurement on competitive advantage. We will lose our edge. So every time we look at tenders and so on, even GB1, for instance, without talking about confidential stuff, we always look for the best. We don't say, no, let's not take the best one because that's not local. Let's buy this not so best one. We can't do that. I mean, we are not being fair to our constituents if we did that, because then we are paying much more for something that's worth less, be it lesser in quality or you're paying more in value. And with that, we develop complacency, we lose competitive advantage, and we're back, to the old colonial days where everything is centralized. You have no competitor. One person will make one item and you buy from them. Okay? So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. I think we're in fairly furious agreement that we do want to support and promote local businesses, and I will have council staff put up an amendment on the screen. And I seek a seconder for that. Seconded, Councillor Ward. I'll reserve my right and I'll let Councillor Smith jump on board.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to just see whether or not Councillor Lennon was able to incorporate that into his.
You may wish to.
Yes, by all means. By all means, so how do we incorporate that? I certainly respect the sentiment behind the amendment. I note that we have a fantastic council officer who's currently doing a lot of this, and anyone who's had a chance to sit in on any of the programs this council has convened for local businesses can hardly help but be impressed with what our people are doing.
Mr. Taylor, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Taylor, is there a way of this incorporating as changes?
I mean, what's in front of us is fine. Is that what? Yes, by all means.
No.
I think they're complementary. Matters. It's probably matter whether you want one or other or both.
Is it too far? Is it too far of a movement off the?
Is it too far removed from the original motion? I probably don't see a way of incorporating the two.
this will work as far as it goes incorporated into the issue.
I might ask you, just if you see there's a complete disconnect between the two.
Sam, can you see your way with it?
Yep.
Can you see away with this or not?
He can easily incorporate those two together.
Because we're doing a policy, but we're doing that.
Or you could do both. You could do a policy and you could do a
Yeah, it's a different motion. No, it's a motion. Yeah, it's a different. It's a different.
Yep.
motion.
Yep.
So therefore,
Then you've got, you'll have two separate ones. Yep.
if you want that to be
Yep.
Yeah, just, you got to cut
Move
it
the
out and put
amendment.
it up
It's the
there.
amendment. Pass this, yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Councillors, I cannot see a way that you could actually incorporate both of them. So you really have the amendment, and if you're happy with the amendment becomes the motion. All right.
Simon.
It doesn't work.
With that.
Yeah, look, I certainly respect the sentiment. I simply note that we're largely doing that now. We've got, as I say, fantastic staff doing a lot of this. I wonder, thinking aloud here, whether councillors would be open to, instead of developing and submitting within 3 months of a policy, the council staff report within 3 months upon the merit of a local policy. Again, while thinking about that amendment, whether the word consider might be strengthened to something like favour or prefer or something.
I think if you're having favour, then you're actually not having an unbiased situation.
Well, that's right. Look, I mean, what Councillor Spencer said earlier is quite right, and the last thing we want to do is diminish the importance of quality. Nor do we want to step back from the importance of price. So I think we share the same sentiment. We're just trying to find a way of, I guess, supporting, favouring, whatever the word is, that perhaps we can't quite find the right compromise. Compromise can be a very complex word. Oh no, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm just because I said I'm conscious of what our staff is doing now, and they're doing that now. Their seminars are terrific. They have an extraordinary network of local businesses. I'm sure it's widely appreciated. Council can be extremely pleased with what our staff member is doing in this field. But look, if my motion's going to go down, this is certainly better than nothing, and I thank each person who's moved the amendment, and I'll step back and give the amendment a chance to succeed that my motion clearly will not have. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lennon. I think you're quite right there. It would be a shame to have the whole thing defeated, shall we say. Councillor Kay?
I've just got a suggestion. Can we maybe organise maybe a briefing that when we talk about these programs, the council will deliver? So that way Councillor Lennon can have some input if he feels that the staff is already doing this, which I don't necessarily believe that we are.
I think we've got two different scenarios there. We've got what Will does as far as promoting businesses and local business as opposed to purchasing. I can sort of see where you're going.
I'm just saying if we have a briefing that talks about what we're delivering in the program, so it's a little bit more specific.
So basically the amendment does say that we are delivering a program. You just want to be informed of the program via a
I
briefing.
want to know the detail of the program. So we talk about a program to raise awareness. Well, what does that actually entail? Is there a little bit more description of what, the detail of the program?
Director Bevan?
Mr Mayor and Councillors, we can certainly deliver a briefing on what Mr Adams does in the community and his programs, but I think what Councillor Lennon is talking about is a different thing, whereas he's talking about council purchasing for council procurement, which is an entirely different thing. Certainly there is a parallel because he's raising awareness and the community are buying locally and that sort of thing, and he's supporting local businesses. But I think what Councillor Lennon is talking about is an entirely different thing. Yeah, that's a better business partnership. So if councillors want to know about it, yes, we can organise a briefing, but I don't know it's exactly what you're trying to achieve here.
Look, you're quite right, they are distinct, they're linked. I personally don't need a briefing on what our staff is doing. We get notes and invitations to their events. I go along, I think I've been to all of them and been impressed with everyone. I know others have been along as well. So yes, as you say, this is more about the buy local. This is the procurement. This is the decision-making side by our procurement and everyone who's involved in awarding contracts. So it's linked, but it is quite distinct.
Councillor Nye?
Question to Acting General Manager. Do we have 2 for, 2 against on amendment yet?
I don't see any lights on anyway, so I'm quite happy to put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? That is unanimous. The amendment becomes the motion. All those in favour of the motion? That's unanimous. That's it. Tick, tick, tick. Done. Yep. I'll just go through those. Business without notice subject to clause 9.3 of the Code of Meeting Practice. There is none. Questions with notice. There is none. Inspections, setting of time, date and rendezvous. We have a few site inspections and I'm sure we'll be advised accordingly. Is everybody available tomorrow then to do all three? 24th. And the confidential business, that's it. We've done it. That's it. 11 o'clock. Merry Christmas. Meeting closed. Thank you.